long way from Waterdeep.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Let's move.
The hole yawns back at you, impossibly wide. A single tentacle burrowed through stone.
This is an Illithid colony. This must be where they harvest the tadpoles. We're close to the source of the infections. All of this, sitting beneath moonrise. For how long? And how deep does it go? Tread carefully. We are very close to the source of the Absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest. The stench. I wonder how many pilgrimages to Moonrise ended down here.
No will sparks behind his eyes.
A cake thrall. The only way to save it is to kill it.
You could kill it, end its miserable life of enslavement. Surely that would be the humane thing to do. You could take advantage of its vulnerability and plunder what's left of its hollow mind for pliant as well-worn boots, his mind to shiver of impact, crack of bone. He removes the brains, digs free the squirming tadpoles, the unworthy ones given over to the Illithids to become.
of one mind. 4 little feet dancing to same song.
With a lurch, you realize he means the intellect devourers. Here, the brains are harvested, made part of the hive mind.
Yes. Yes. Please.
Action, not reaction. Repositioning.
Your violence hasn't gone unnoted.
Big meat. Not for long. Time for chop.
Time to push my luck again. Swift and lethal.
Death. Free at last. No more chop. Chop. Chop.
Talk to me. Time to meet your maker. Where do I go from here? Try me.
Charmed, I'm sure.
At least things have stayed interesting. What to do?
Prepare the march. My chosen gather below.
Assume nothing.
Descend, faithful. We depart.
Best get going.
The moment comes. The absolute moves.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. No time to waste.
Onward.
can rest.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
Baldur's Gate will know my design. Our
No one stopped me
design.
yet.
Take the city, every soul made true.
The console bursts into life. A mind touches your own. Alien. It is incomplete. It yearns to connect. Mind passively awaits your input.
path lies before me. Console glows as you approach, the mind still desperately yearning for connection.
Ma ba ma ba ma ba ma ba ma ba ma ba ba, ma, ba, ma, ba, ma, ba, ma, ba, ma, ba, ma, ba,
The mind passively awaits your console glows as you approach.
ma, ba, welcome back, Master.
That should do it. Time to see what's back there.
tadpole echoes, not with presence, but that loss blooms into a sudden fury, burying claws in your mind. And just as suddenly, pain and memory are gone, leaving only stone once more.
The Grand Design. It is every Githyanki's duty to ensure the Gith Empire is never reborn. The Grand Design. The restoration of the Mind Flayer Empire. The dream of all Illithids.
How did the Illithid Empire fall?
I don't know. I'm just glad it fell.
Eager for battle.
I've got a long road ahead.
Hurry now. The city calls out for salvation.
I feel glorious.
Empty vessel.
Fine bones, sharp jaw. Some variety of elf? Pretty enough for a flesh prison, if not the noble Githzerai features I was born with.
The monk-like Githzerai, sibling race to the warrior Githyanki. Their contempt for one another is eclipsed only by their shared hatred of the Illithids.
I'd guess you're no willing guest of the Gate either. Perhaps we might aid one another. My order taught a psionic technique much feared by the Gate. They destroyed us for it, and kept me as a trophy. I never broke, but I've spent all these centuries awake, aware. So here is my offer. Use your tadpole, erase me, and I will pass my technique on to you. My people dwell in limbo, or perhaps not. Touch my mind, and purge it. At the very moment you do, I will make my knowledge yours.
The awareness that floods you is nothing like the tadpole. It is tentative. It fades beneath your touch.
It is only knowledge yet, without comprehension. And I...
Of many hearts, one soul. Prepare the march. My chosen gather below.
Well, Good feelings never last, I suppose.
Discern, faithful. We depart.
Looking ahead.
The moment comes. The absolute knows.
One with the weave. Into the fray.
Bring death. Embrace death. Become death.
You will beg for death long before we grant it.
On the move.
Blood comes easy these days. Can't slow down.
I will ascend. As on the Nautiloid, we must not leave it intact. brine pools, but empty of tadpoles. Unusual. Harvesting all the larvae indicates they are getting ready for something big.
That pod. Is that missile?
By Grazit's cock, it's about time you came. Thought you'd have figured it out by now. Now, enough sniffing around and get me out of this thing.
Mizora's life rests in your hands. Perhaps you could end Will's pact here and now. You recall an old incantation from a children's story said to void a devil's contract. Abi diabole et nunquam redi.
I'll be damned. You want to free the pup from his pact. And you thought that idiotic display would do it. Oh, bravo. Fine, I'll play your game. But I amend the pact. Clause F, Section 9. Soulbinder shall bestow reward or favor only upon soul-bearers' fulfillment of related obligation. Now, open the pod.
Your eyes turn to the control panel next to the pod. The controls are open to your tadpole's command, to your authority.
You can make no sense of the symbol. You decipher the symbol. It's an illithid sigil, meaning unleash.
Good work. I'd give you a gold star, but I'm fresh out. As for the pact... Clause Z, Section 13. If the Soulbinder consents to separation, she will release the Soul Bearer from all obligation within 6 months.
Oh, 6 months is a trifle. You barely read through a single bookcase in Candlekeep in such a time.
Ignorant thing. It's always the terms and conditions that get you. Right. I'm out of here. I need a long bath. I'll leave you to your very serious business. But don't you fret. If you survive this place, I'll find... Oh, and ask Will how we met. I've loosened his tongue. It's real crack.
Mind flayers and civilians, side by side. This must be where they infect and transform those they kidnap.
The device releases a stream of fragmented memories and emotions, all that remains of the pod inhabitant's former self. Your lungs burn with the dry heat of the fires raging about you. The pain is not enough to diminish your swing. One goblin after another falls to your blade. A man's voice cries out through the thick smoke. Raven Guard, you call, but the clang of swords and...
Your tadpole forms a telepathic connection with the divine. Every mind flayer in the room calls out hungrily from its pod, seeking release and sustenance.
But there are others in the pods, those not yet infected, not yet illithid, terrified, desperate to escape. The device is open to your tadpole's command, to your authority.
Geich machinery. Cold as the sea of night, alien as time to the astral plane. A virtual...
Eliminate. My mind is my own!
Need to stay focused. Let me strike true.
Survival is all that matters.
I am fury. I am death.
I am fury. I am death.
I am fury. I am death. I am fury. I am fury. I am death. I am fury. I am fury. I am death. 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 I am fury. I am dea
I didn't think I was going to make it. Thank you. I owe you an explanation. Much more than that. But first, please, the others, the ambush. Tell me they survived. You've heard some of it, I'm sure. That I froze, or broke, or some other lie that is kinder than the truth. We were ambushed by cultists, yes. And then I heard her, their false god, whispering promises in my mind. I would be a paladin again, with a god's purpose, a god's power. Everything I needed to protect my people. And all the while, the cult tortured them. They fought and ran and died around me, while I imagined myself their savior. By the time I regained my senses, it was too late. I did not just surrender to the Absolute. For a moment, I welcomed it. I fell short of that mark in Avernus, and even so, it was not so bad as this. I won't make excuses. I can't make amends, but I know something of what you came to do. I want to help. Ketherick is below. He thinks you're no longer a menace. If there are any more survivors to be found, I'll find them and lead them out of this place. They have you. Go, my friend. Please, let me...
We will take the city. Every soul made true.
A whole fleet of nautiloids. How many true souls have passed through this place?
Lost in thought.
Never dull moment. The platform's already here. Still breathing, despite everything. Is anyone else's tadpole squirming around a lot more than usual?
It's almost like it's excited by something, drawn to it.
No longer a background murmur,
We've found it. The Absolute is behind this door.
You said it was under control.
It isn't you I answer to, Gortash.
Oh, the general voice. Is this where we salute?
Salute, yes. With cleavers through his blood-starved flesh. How it crawls with failure, like flies on lick-wet carrion.
You forget yourself, Orin. I've played my part.
You've built an army for our masters, true enough. But what of the astral prism? A rogue true soul flaunting it under your nose all this time. And you ran from her.
Sure that they would follow and deliver it into my hands here. If you would cease these distractions.
The distractions have been yours, Ketherick. Perhaps we never should have dug your daughter up. So you haven't lost your edge. But you're still not as sharp as Orin, I wager. The Slayer against the Undying One. That'd be fun to see.
His crypt breath sings to my sinews. Again, 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 again. But he must lead the murder march to Baldur's grave.
If the weapon is truly in your grasp, Ketherick, might I suggest closing your fist? Orin and I can wait for you no longer. The plan proceeds. We're going to the city, and we expect you to follow. Army and the weapon in tow.
The Edict of Bane!
The Lash of Ball!
The Testament of Myrkul!
An elder brain. One of the cruelest and most powerful creatures in existence. Enslaved by mere mortals.
Look at that crown. It radiates with power unlike anything I've ever seen. To have it. To hold. Oh, if only I could. But I can't. This is it. I must do as Mystra commands. What choice do I have? More than just a goddess counts with my courage. Whole worlds hang in the balance. do trust you. More than myself right now. Perhaps even more than Mistra.
I have no desire to end your life, you know that. To end it? To struggle on. It is a grave choice you're making for us both.
There we are. It wouldn't do to fight in front of our guest. Behold, Duke Ravengard. The Absolute.
Helm preserve us.
You wag your word flap in vain, Orderling. Once the worm holds the whip, your shredded flesh will serve us.
Now, it's really time we were going. We will empty this place and begin the march. You may catch up with the army once you've retrieved the weapon. And Ketherick, do try not to sulk. You're supposed to be the fearsome general come to conquer the city. And I am the hero who will save it.
It is time, faithful ones. March on Boulder's Gate. We go to prepare the way.
There you are, as predicted. What is it, I wonder, that draws one toward death like a moth to light? You could have run away, absconded with the prism. The one thing that could prevent me from fulfilling my destiny. But the lure of one's destiny is irresistible, isn't it? Perhaps you hope to learn your place in history before you are erased from it. A bright flash of clarity before the snuffing out. Finer champions than you have tried and failed. But perhaps they lacked the fear that drives you. Your freedom hanging in the balance. Let us speak plainly. My Lord Merkel gave me the one thing I desired, the one thing no other god could grant me. My daughter's life returned. Her heart beating once more. For that, he asked that I serve as his chosen. Join Orin and Gortash to grow the cult of the Absolute, and then take control of it. He's never had a more devoted follower. I have fought great wars before, in the service of other gods and other powers, but for Merkel I would condemn all of Faerun to death. You are all that stands between me and my destiny. And you have brought the prism here. I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant. Yes. Join the army of the dead, true soul. Witness Lord Merkel's glory.
So long as Nightsong's in that cage, Ketherick will keep getting back up. can't be true. So much for peace. Still on my feet. More
Allow me to demonstrate.
Focus your attack, soldiers!
My name be known.
Creator, destroyer.
Focus your attack, soldiers!
Nothing important is ever easy.
What a fool you are. You cannot kill me. I am eternal. Merkel, Lord of Bones, I am here. I am ready. I am yours!
Shit.
Victory awaits.
Victory is assured. Step by step.
One life to my life. Sustain me, slave.
Take your...
to match your soul, Oathbreaker.
Need to find a way forward.
Roll in my favor.
Need to stay focused. Got to focus. Take two. My injuries need tending.
No gloom, all doom.
Torment!
Ready.
Impossible. Death cannot take me. I am its master. My lord, hear me. Nothing. I am forsaken. You have no idea what you've done. Isabel.
Now, we pick our way toward our fates. Unleashed! You have my sword. My fealty. Do what you must. Then we fly this foul place.
Held. I could sleep for a 10-day after that.
Catherine, stone. It's in his armor. Take it.
In death, the body is cooling, but energy radiates from the stone.
Remarkable. Truly. And now the picture comes together. The Absolute is neither god nor man. A temporary reprieve, but a welcome one. With a brain on its way to the city, its influence here is weakened. The crown's markings suggest it was forged in Netheril, an ancient empire whose mastery over magic rivaled that of the gods. It is a crown of domination. The stones were taken from its crest. The crown's Netherese magic must be the true source of the parasite's abilities, and it must be the reason nobody could heal you. If the crown can do this to the parasite...
Netherese? These chosen are powerful indeed to have such magic in their command.
One of them I know, Lord Enver Gortash, an arms dealer and a slaver. A worshipper of Bane, the god of tyranny. The other is a mystery to me, but the way she spoke, it is most likely she follows Baal, god of murder. Ketheric was a follower of Merkel, which means the Absolute is a front for the gods of death, and our enemies are the chosen of the Dead Three. Hope is a luxury for those who have a choice. This is the battle of our lives. The army of the Absolute is marked within the city. An elder brain. An order the Death God's chosen are on the... We must wrest control of the brain from the chosen before that. Our chances of success are I will be your shield. And when the chance comes to strike, you must...
Indolence breeds madness.
Your desire.
Blackets will be done.
Never a dull moment.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Best get going.
I've been thinking on all that you learned below. If you've got your breath, we ought to discuss our next steps.
My eyes grow heavy. Best to make camp.
I can't help but feel like I've been fumbling in the dark for too long. And I've just had a lit torch thrust into my hands. The crown! The one the... Netherese magic. Most Netherese artifacts contain only the faintest amount of their former power. I can't fathom how such a wonder survived. Surely everything of its ilk was destroyed along with Netherillets. That crown sits on a gargantuan elder brain bent on destroying us. We need to learn more about what we saw. As luck would have it, we'll soon find ourselves near one of the finest book collections this side of Candlekeep. Sorceress Sundries. I need to go there and learn all I can. The only kind... Their collection of rare tomes is You'll have to forgive my eagerness, but if my...
You wanted something? Do you really... I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind. That's not the... I don't know. After the the sooner I...
The shadows yet fester. There are depths to this. Do illithids possess souls? Where matters of balance are, I shall ask yet again. Do illithids possess... No. Nor can... Yet. The three... A flock without souls. Until such time, be availed of my service. Yes, Bane, Lord of Darkness. Once judged, the Alliance is reforged, mortal. The plains thus quake. No.
Our enemies spread like rub rot. An elder brain, bound, reminds me of old times. Aren't you? It is good to savor the moment of when we met. Now it's time. You have a nether storm. These chosen have reason to fear you, and I would like to be at your side when you confront them. Glad to be there. Falling foul of Ketheric. Convinced that you convinced. We ventured into darkness together. When we reach Baldur's Gate, there will be even How does it compare to a shadow cursed in? With the Absolute's army gone, there's a Harper's. Beyond that?
Helen! Isabel! My love. You were dead. I saw your body. I'm here. And so are you. And my father, he can't hurt us any longer. I dreamt every night that you'd come back to me. But somehow it was all a nightmare Dawn would undo. I had no dreams at all. Nothing but darkness. And when I woke, my father said you were dead. His soul was poisoned by the god of death. His sick devotion ruined him. But for all his sins, he brought you back to me. Are you all right? I will be. And you? In this moment, I want for nothing. Ah, there you are. This is Aelin. Aelin, this is... Oh, but we have met. This is the soldier that freed me most valiantly from the Shadowfell. They watched my boot crush the very brain of villainy, and fought well against your changed father. May he rest in peace at last, now that he's dead. I have more to thank you for than I knew. And we have much to discuss. Perhaps we could join you in your camp later? We look forward to... You there, Sharon. By the fires...
I'll be ready. Whatever you have to say...
Now, you will leave us. We must... Aelin!
To the left. Just tell me what you need.
The heart of the Absolute alive. Thanks to you, you did well to defeat Kether. There are many more battles ahead, and they will not be so easily won. Jaheira's wisdom will be an asset, but if we are to succeed, we will need others. Even if the buildings are demolished, Baldur's Gate may not know it yet. Seek on its streets those whose purpose are together.
Baldur's Gate is west of the town. If we hurry, we'll arrive before the Absolute's forces.
Troops ready?
Ready enough?
Gods, I can't wait to be back home.
Ketheric may be gone, but the shadows remain. On our guard. So he was at the House of Healing. Wonder what he found.
Gods be damned. With that, should Baldur's Gate fall to the Absolute? We're not just fighting for our cure. We're fighting for my father. We're fighting for the Gate. We're fighting for all of Faerun.
Yes, but first a question. If your home were under siege, what would you sacrifice to save it?
As would I. I was 17. Father...
Oh, that's when the cult of the dragon made its move. But 10 days after Father left, I heard a whisper as I slept. I grabbed a rapier and set out. There they were.
Your head tingles. Will wants to show you in the looming shadow of the mound. Atop each totem at dragons, there is a crack of thunder. As the maelstrom howls, Mizura's lips press to your ear. She will
She read the terms while 2 devils stood witness. And I said yes. 1 soul for 1 city. I had Mizura at my... I burned with the fires of Avern. The cultists choked on our poisons and burned from our flames. My soul was bound, and my lips were sealed. It is the one... Mizura replaced it with a sending stone. She uses it. I could flee to the spine of the world, or the depths of the lower dark, and still never shake her.
She's dead. Bet. How can I help? I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it. I'll be here in the meantime.
Troops ready?
Ready enough?
Gods, I can't wait to be back home.
Curse this heart of mine.
Maybe we can pawn off some of the stuff we find here. We could use the coin.
You're here. Good. That's good. Me? Oh, I'm fine. I'm just worried about the kids. Morlus, I've been trying to cheer them up. We're writing a song together. But I think they're just humoring me. Maybe. I need another bard. Maybe I'll find one in the city.
You prevailed, my friend. Now your path takes... Out there, the curse still thrives. I failed this place. Now I must remain behind and stand watch over it. This place needs me. I will miss you, my friend. Perhaps our paths will cross again someday. This isn't what...
There is work to do.
corpse regards you lifelessly.
Darkness. Pain. Daniel. Have to help. Daniel. Spirit of the land. In the Shadowfell. Look for Lavender. He needs. Oh, color. Investigating.
The spell's power.
To do the rounds again.
How does the stone read?
The way is clear.
Ah! Good.
No one back home will ever believe this.
I will miss you, my friend. Perhaps our paths will cross again someday. Good. This is what we've been lacking. What comes next will prove dangerous.
Druids will always follow nature's purpose over any mortal threat. Halsin goes where he is needed, with...
What's that?
You're here. Good. And not a moment too soon. A winged Asimo was seen in the skies overhead, and now an assault on Moonrise. We should begin at once, before we lose the opportunity. Very well. Once I begin the ritual, a portal to the Shadowfell will open, one that will help me save Thaniel. Whatever happens, I must go alone. With the Oakfather's blessing, I can infiltrate the Shadowfell, but doing so will sap my strength. I'll need your help if I'm to return. I need you to stay here, keep the portal open until I return, and defend it at all costs. Good. Now it's important that only I pass through the portal once it opens. It took me years of study, of seeking the Oakfather's favor, to find a way to part the veil. Pray that this works. Oakfather, hear me, aid me. Force open the jaws of darkness. Make passage for your vessel of light. It's ready. I'll return with Thaniel as soon as possible. Stay close to the portal. Buy me what time you can.
Taking position.
Another fight. Let's go. foes. Halsin better get back soon. Still breathing, despite everything.
time to waste.
Nothing will stand in my way. Never a dull moment. I won't give in.
It's done. I have him. But something's wrong. Dreadfully wrong. No. It can't be. No. I need to come see us when you can. And be careful out there.
give up now.
Thaniel is resting. The shadows rendered him in two when they bore him away to the Shadowfell. What stayed behind would have been the strongest part of him. But after all these years left, it's both simple and not. Only the missing half may not come willingly. The curse will have sunk its tendrils deep, twisting Thaniel's... And you saw this boy yourself. And I truly mean we, if you wish. Every moment counts. And I've asked much of you already without being at your side. This doesn't have to be your birth. If you want me, I'm yours. Against the curse, against the absolute, I'll be ready.
Took the edge off.
I won fair and square.
Though shrouded in shadows, the child's resemblance to Thaniel is unmistakable.
Go on, find someone else to play with. Spoil sport. I'm not going back. I like it here. I've made a family for myself. I get to play all the time. Yes, I do. I don't want to play with you any...
He's scarpered.
I'll make my own fun if I have to. And my own friends.
Or you break. Sometimes the only way out is through.
is your end. Why couldn't you just leave me alone? Why can't I just stay here, playing? I had everything I've ever wanted, right here! And you've ruined it. I'm not leaving. You can't make me. He's nothing to me. He left me here all this, even when it was scary, even when I was alone. I didn't give up. But would he even want me back? I've changed. A lot. So I wouldn't have to make up friends to play with anymore. I'd like that. And he would too, I think. Bye. And thank you for playing with me. You did it. Ketheric Thorm is no more. The Shadow's grip is broken. Not as glad as nature moves at its own pace and bestows its bounty when it sees.
Thaniel rests well. He's healing very rapidly, now that Oliver has returned to him. No more than my right hand can absorb my left. Oliver is helping. Once the curse is lifted, I hope they will remain as a pair. It will be good. Still, I would like to return here someday. See Thaniel and Oliver again. In my meditation, I knew I could put my faith in you. I can't say for certain, but we'll see it come to pass long before this place recedes behind us. Don't worry, all is at hand. Indeed, but we cannot yet say the same. Who knows what awaits us in the city, and I am glad to be at your side. I just hope an old...
still breathing, despite everything. The road to Baldur's Gate is up ahead. No turning back once we start down that road.
The psionic detector is sounding. Vlaakith's warriors are upon us.
Your Wargas failed to kill you. I won't make the same mistake.
Never a dull moment. Come on, can't stay idle.
Gone with the weave. Indeed.
I'm ready.
breath. Where do I go from here?
Unleash me. Torment.
My faith will protect me. Taste my fury.
Well, so much for peace. I wonder if this is worth the cost.
One can't always be a gentleman.
Detector alerted us to the Githyanki attack. Looks like Voss was good for his word.
Oh, a little respite does wonders.
It is as we knew. They will emerge from the shadows and death. for battle.
My faith protects me.
I've got a long road ahead.
Direct me.
No time to rest. Shouldn't have wished to live in more. The Shadow Curse will soon be forgotten, thanks to us. Looks like an army marched through here.
The curse has been lifted. The land's cleansed of the shadows. Kethric's reign of living death is over. Your courage has been tested, and in this at least, you have triumphed.
Sergeant, if you are here, I presume Wern's Rock is secure, and preparations for my inauguration are complete.
No, Lord Gortash. We were interrupted. Another quake in the lower city. More severe this time.
So you came cowering to my chambers? I'm flattered, Sergeant. But even I cannot command natural phenomena to cease.
Forgive me, my lord, but there is panic in the streets. The people are afraid.
Perhaps the people would be calm if you kept your nerve. I expect better from the Flaming Fist than to run scared from a slight tremor in the earth. Get back to your duties.
Duties, duties, duties. Patrolling and saluting and following and bowing and scraping and yes sir, no sir, rip and cut your throat, sir.
Your plan is falling apart, lordling. Give me a reason not to cut you to ribbons.
Control yourself, Orin. We need to focus on reuniting the stones or the brain will break free. These quakes are just the start. Neither of us expected the prison bearers to kill Ketheric. They'll be traveling to the city. Let's make sure we give them a Baldurian welcome.
I itch to peel you, to split your skin, to to see your skull shine in the light. Little tyrant. Lucky for you, I harvested a whole family of living flesh in Rivington at high sun. They will sate my blade thirst tonight. Oh, but tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow...
Beyond the campsite, the city waits in uneasy silence, one sleep away.
I've been lied to. My parents are alive, and I have to save them. I think a part of me always knew that. A part that Shah denied to me. Indeed. But we'd better press on for now. But before that, there's one thing I need to see to. You will see for yourself soon enough. Just leave it with me. Fine. What's on your mind?
What's on your mind?
The gate is closed. As is... And we are no closer to knowing why that bastard is so obsessed with getting me back. I think we should track down my fellow spawn. I'm not exact... If we can find them, we can... And honestly, I imagine they'll be coming for me in the night if I don't. Unless Cazador has changed their... We should get to them first.
The events of the last days weigh heavily upon you. Sleep's rest is slow to come to one whose mind is so full. The Absolute is not a god, but an elder brain controlled by the chosen of the Dead Three. They mean to use it to take control of the Sword Coast. All who carry the tadpole are governed by the brain, and by extension the chosen. It will take but one order to transform them into an army of mind flayers. This would have been your fate too, were it not for the astral prison and the mysterious visitor inside of it. With her help, you have uncovered the cult for what it really is, A plan of conquest orchestrated by the gods of death themselves. Together, you have the power to thwart the Dead Three. If you follow this path to its end, the Elder Brain will not answer to the Chosen. It will answer to you. Will you liberate them from their parasites and their religious delusions? Or will you use the power you gain for your own purposes? You will not have long to wait. All you need to do now is sleep. But sleep is not for you.
Hear me. Gather. The reckoning is upon us. The city thirsts for domination. March. Join.
We're fight your way to the portal. I need your help.
These boots have seen everything.
Not a problem.
That orb is about to erupt! I'm here. Help me. I'm under attack.
Swift and lethal.
You bow, or you break. What should I do?
It's not over. Come to the skull. To the skull. Hurry! I can't hold them back alone. It's not over. Come to the skull. Abomination! By the one true sky, what is this madness?
The Githyanki is the source of our protection against the Absolute. I must subdue him, or everything we've worked towards is lost. Don't let my form deceive you. I am the one that's been protecting you. I am the one that came to you in your dreams. Help me. subdue their master. Together, we can turn the tide.
Can't afford to let up.
Death can't have me. Not yet.
I must regain control of the Githyanki Prince.
What fools these mortals be.
Can't give up.
Subdue the Githyanki. Quickly. Thank you. That was too close. Don't look at me like that. I am a mind flayer. Yes. Without me, you would be a slave to the Absolute.
It's obscene. To owe my life to a dirt. No more lies, no more tricks. I will have answers!
You grew attached to a mere disguise. It's like I said before. An adventurer. I came from Baldur's Gate, though I was never one to be constrained by circumstance. I longed for more. That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers on a search for treasure. To a colony of mind flayers who caught me, changed me into what I am now. For years, I served the Elder Brain. The one you know as the Absolute. I was a thrall like any other, but I was fortunate. I broke free and started a new life in my own city. I sustained myself on criminals. Unglamorous, but there are plenty of them. Rarely missed. And they fueled me while I did my work. I had the good fortune to meet Duke Stelmane. We formed a partnership, and through her, I became the governing force behind the Knights of the Shield, the largest mercantile operation in Baldur's Gate. People referred to me as the Emperor. Such was my influence, though of course they had no idea what I really was. My needs were sated. I was happy for a while. Until my true nature was discovered by the tyrant himself, Lord Gortash. He tore me from my home and brought me back to the Brain, where I became a slave once again. A slave he continued to call me Emperor. The name was intended as a slight, to remind me of the heights from which I fell. But I have grown fond of it. It encapsulates well who I've become. Not all mind flayers are alike. I have always valued freedom above all else. In my past life, and present. It has been a burning need within me for as long as I can remember. Gortash sent me on a mission to retrieve the astral prison. I was one of many, but the first to find it. How Gortash or the other chosen learned of its existence, I do not know. The moment I found it, I felt it change. My free will returning. I followed the feeling inside, and found the Githyanki. I realized what the prison was for. Containment. While my body was within the prison's bounds, my mind was free. I could resist the Elder Brain, the Chosen. Better yet, I could plan to overthrow them. All I needed to do was subdue the Githyanki, and find allies in the outer world. You. Prince Orpheus, son of the first leader of the Githyanki.
Orpheus? Impossible. He was slain by Justil Kithrak himself.
Quite possible, I assure you. His power has been the source of your continued protection against the voice of the Absolute. The power to disrupt hive mind communication. It is the same power that enabled Orpheus' mother to bring about the fall of the Illithid Empire eons ago. A power she passed on to him, and that I leveraged for you. When Orpheus' mother left, a usurper took her place. Blackith declared herself queen of the Githyanki. Blackith wanted his power, but Orpheus rose against her. And so she sealed him and his honor guard within this prison. Bound by infernal chains, Orpheus could never leave. Bound by duty, his guard never would. They were close to breaking my hold on that prince. And if they had succeeded, we would be lost. I am relieved. You have embraced your potential enough that you could help me eliminate them. Alone, Orpheus will be much easier to control.
Control him? Skra! You must return him to his people.
That would be a terrible idea. Most certainly Orpheus. Some Githyanki still revere him in defiance of their teachings. Blackith...
I don't understand.
Your histories are fabrications. She kept him this way because she was reluctant to eradicate such power. If the Githyanki ever find out what she has done, there will be civil war. The moment he is free, he will attack you. Your only defense will be to kill him. And in so doing, he would doom us both.
Even though he is subdued, you feel Orpheus's revulsion. A pulsing...
You carry a tadpole. As far as Orpheus is concerned, you are already a Illithid. A sworn enemy, just like me. You are already more Illithid than you realize. You seek to reverse an inevitable process. A process of evolution. When I first escaped from the Elder Brain, even if my original body remained intact after I transformed, I would not return to. As an Illithid, I have far surpassed who I ever was before. You, too, should embrace this change. I believe we'll have a better chance of defeating you. I've been studying you for a while now. I believe I can trigger the next... You have seen what I can do. Imagine yourself with this... If you let me, I can evolve you.
Even as you say the words, you feel a lurch of disappointment.
I felt that. It wants to evolve, but it cannot do so alone. It must commune with another. But if you had opened your mind to it, rather than consuming it...
The tadpole's essence courses through you. You feel different. Your body has...
But we mustn't lose focus. You heard the Chosen. The brain has gone to... We must not let them reach it. We must find the brain and bring it under our control. It wants to evolve, but it cannot do so alone. It must commune with another.
A wave of disappointment, stronger than any you've...
You are not ready. It has enough vitality to further. Perhaps you will be more inclined to try it, but we mustn't lose focus. You heard the Chosen. We must not let them reach it.
Battle has taken its toll. I should rest.
So, there's been a mind flayer inside the artifact, or astral... The more I learn, the less I understand just... I do not serve Shah anymore. Nor the mothers... But I digress. Did you want something? Fine. What's on your mind? How are you holding up? Don't be so modest.
We must find where Gortash and Orin have established themselves, and take their nether stones.
The city is close now. My former peers will be watching, no doubt. Waiting for my return. We should do what we can to find them. What they know could help us.
Excuse me. I can't find my mum. She went looking for herbs. That's what she said. So she said she wouldn't be gone long.
The herbs you know for salving sores would take effect immediately. It seems unlikely this child's mother will return.
It does get quite cold out. Thanks a lot.
Nearly there now. You can see the city. Up on the hill.
I see it. Yeah. It's up there and we're down here.
Butcher my wife and kid, are you?
That's not what I meant. But if you do insist on continuing to be...
The place was empty. Keep those thugs away from my family.
Danuvia! Get these squatters out of my house now!
Arthur, sweetheart, you paid. If you want us to get our hands dirty, it'd be our pleasure. But that'll be extra.
This is my home. I may pride my... Zenobia and I are just navigating a slight contractual disagreement. Not that it's any of your concern. Agreement? I've got nothing to say to them. You don't exactly look desperate for gold. Very well. Get the job done, and you'll be...
Do you think you're clever coming in? We were about to make a bit of extra cash before you...
The Guild, a loose coalition unifying every criminal outfit in the city under one collective rule, from cut purses to contract killers.
You know, this... Boys, how about a bit of the rivet...
In your circus? Oh, yes. Paramidius and Fred are clean. They've just...
Taste my fury.
Act fast.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Let's end this.
Survival is all that matters.
Nearly there now. You see the city? Up on the hill.
See investment to get me started.
It's up there and we're down here.
That's why we need to call just a little more. 1 foot in front of the other. Cheerful. Refugees for hire. Catchy, right?
Let's have a look.
Maybe. There is so much wrong with that name.
Better than nothing.
You see, those animals are out of the picture. Can we stay now? Or are you going to turn us next? I don't want to take charity from some stranger. Thank you. We'll get going as soon as we've got our things to...
If the guild come asking, I'll be making it very clear that you took it upon yourself to kill. So you should probably get away from the scene of the... here's your payment. I've got so much to do now, I'd really better get on with.
But you'll be in a big, cozy bed soon.
What are you calling this new business? Anything you want for supper?
You have my attention.
Refugees for hire.
I'm never allowed to eat things right before bed.
This one time, we'll make an exception. As you stop sulking and start walking right now. Sword!
Still alive, so that's progress.
Bloody squatters. I should put bear traps under the windows next time.
Wonder what's past this.
bear traps under the windows next time. Where is my candelabra? Did they take my grandmother's candelabra? If they had any idea how much a cleaner costs these days.
Trap. Be cautious. Trap. Be cautious. Watch how you go. There's a trap. Step carefully. There's a trap. Might be worth checking Arthur's donations. Looks like his generosity's compromised.
Looks like a trap there.
Not everyone subscribes to what...
Look, I really don't have time to chat. I'm sinister? They're extremely precious. And you shouldn't be poking around in my... What? No!
Gortash is being named Archduke. Time to pay Worm's Rock a visit.
Do try the group.
Going to hire all the refugees.
Nearly there now. You can see the city. Up on the hill.
We told our son that this is a holiday to spare him the truth.
If I was a Sharon lookout,
What in the
this
hell
is the
was
sort
that?
of place I'd wait around. Whatever it is doesn't bode well. What's that?
That box again.
My! The fates move in strange and scrumptious way. After our little interlude at last light, I was worried you'd gone quite mad. Did it? I'm not so... I'd quite like to get inside. But it's difficult to shuffle your way to the top of the... But what if I was smaller? More discreet? Maybe then a kind soul might... Ooh. No. You don't worry about me. I'll be a good, Hail Cyric. I can't wait.
I'm paid to take down troublemakers, so don't make trouble.
You see them over there? Refugees died in the wool agents of the Absolute. Mark my words. How dare you? There's nothing at all wrong with this city. There's probably only a handful. Or, you know what they say about...
File a report, and I'm sure the Manic will deal with it.
Young lady, shut up.
Gods. Go talk to Nestor if you must.
I just lost a wager, thanks to you.
Who are you?
Someone who bet that you'd never be foolish enough to actually show your face in this city again. But here you are. There have been whispers about you, sister. I can't help but feel the strangest twinge of disgust as I look upon you. Is it true? Has Our Lady forsaken you?
I know the truth. I know my parents still live. Tell me where they are, and I have no quarrel with you.
I'm afraid the quarrel is unavoidable, thanks to you. Now I must report your reappearance. If you are intent on bringing matters to a head, then seek out... Though, if I was you, I'd be very tempted.
No, we pay taxes for you to protect us, not these intruders.
I'm paid to take down troublemakers, so don't make trouble.
All right, what now?
Be honest. What do you think of the new look? Well, I'm glad someone does. Perhaps I'll get used to it. I have a lot to get. Then that's where we need to go. Worm's Crossing. We could be inside the city walls before long. Fine. What's on your mind? How are you holding up? Don't be...
I'm sure the Manic will deal with it.
Coddling these vagabonds and don't give a rat's arse about honest citizens.
How's your brother? No, the big one. What?
I got you!
Refugees can't stay here in Rivington. They're a danger to all of us.
Then any one of them could be a spy for the Absolute.
Back off and return to your homes. That's an order.
Why don't you protect us instead of these scruffy outlanders?
I'm not paid to debate with civilians.
We pay taxes. Us, not these intruders.
I'm paid to take down troublemakers, so don't make trouble.
Got ya! Too slow!
Donations? Food.
Sundries, gold. These poor refugee sods need all the help they can get. Let's see what you've got. Thank you. I'm sure you'll come.
I'm not paid to debate with civilians.
No, we pay taxes for you to protect us, not these intruders.
I'm paid to take down troublemakers, so don't make trouble.
Got you!
Now, mind your tongues. Leave Christine to me.
Got ya!
Got something else to donate, have you? I'm gonna let you through because I don't want to take any risks.
Is everything all right, man?
There's been a report of dangerous contraband in the donations. We're going to check
Go
it out.
slowly. This place is dangerous.
You were right. Now give me some room. You try and find whoever is responsible for this. I thought this assignment was going to be dull. No such luck.
You're it! Try and catch me!
Beggars and criminals, and we won't have them.
I got you!
Glad to see you. Glad to see anybody, really.
We're farmers, Chris. What are we gonna do in the city?
Don't know how we're gonna get Grunch into the city.
We've got to get Grunch into the city, but he's in no shape to travel.
It's only a couple of pots. I'll do it.
Ah! Whatever you need. I can't help you. Even talking is painful right now.
After a quick examination, you conclude...
Really? This isn't necessary. I'm sure there are other... Shh! Not so loud. If those lads... I don't really have any other friends. And I like those lads. So I think I'll stick around a while more.
Baldur's Gate at last. We should find Shares's correct.
What a sad situation.
Washing my pits, washing my pits. This is the song when I... Aye! Could a bloke not get any bleeding private...
Oh, it's only a couple of pots. I'll do it.
We only got away with what we have on.
These clothes make me itch. That's a bigger issue than modesty, dear.
Find us bloody keepers, I say.
Bloody savages, a lot of them.
We're as desperate as the rest of these savages. We got here first, friend.
If you're here to fill an empty stomach, look elsewhere.
Back off! I found it.
The state of this cart. Wait, what were they thinking?
They wasn't thinking.
That might be worth a look.
They just lined up and taking their fair shares. We'd have had plenty for everyone.
If won't get us fed.
Fine day for it, eh? Got to enjoy things while they last, I suppose.
Can I help?
And let them marshal their strength against us. I do not like our chances.
Rechtei Hathran Rust.
You recognize the words. Ger funeral.
My friend from the Hag Swamp. You're a bright light on a dark day. We underestimated an enemy, much like I underestimated you and your vampiric companion. Oh, yes. I know you hid him from me.
Frey, thou didst do.
Our tribe left camp on a rescue mission. Only Alma and those you see here returned.
Im ora.
I will say no more. It's not my tale to tell.
No. That shame is mine alone. I thought I knew the faces of all your friends, Gandrel, but this one is new to me. Those who have left us will be celebrated.
As we all hope to. And this is the one I spoke of, my lady. The stranger I met while hunting the spawn. They killed not only that Fenn's hag, but also the undying General Thorm, if the rumors are true.
2 fine trophies. Perhaps Baldur's Gate is haunted by many things, but one of its most insidious is the vampire Cazador. For years, his foul spawn have stolen away innocents at night, whisking them back to his... They took our children.
We are monster hunters all. Our purpose is to kill beasts like these. But
They tore us to pieces. Vampire spawn and werewolves. I have never seen a vampire's lair so heavily guarded. What's left of my tribe is wounded and broken. We cannot stand against him to save our children. If you do this, our entire tribe... May the gods keep you.
Must be exterminated.
Cannot rush into their claws again.
Nothing less.
Another defeat will wipe us out. What will happen to them if we attack? Our share will fall. We cannot build plans on truth. We will have to act.
This is it for our people. This is.
Before you lies the unconscious body of a mind flayer, glistening and raw.
A newborn. Unattended. How fortunate. Oh, but it is. This one has only just Go on. Kill just like you did before.
Come no closer, you. You. What are you? What am I sensing? You are like me. Like I was. A vessel yet to transform. Help me. I am so hungry. We are new to our collective. My birth was difficult. We need to feed. We need a brain, fresh and frantic, to restore our strength. I sense you are underdeveloped. Bring me a brain and I will help you augment yourself. Very well, kid.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
More than prepared. That might be worth a look.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Oh, you're such a scaredy cat.
What did the postmaster say? Danzo, isn't it?
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
Straight to the source.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoints.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Why don't you find a different... You're such a scaredy cat.
I checked. It's the sword cause careers or nothing. Can you believe it?
I think that's what they call a monopoly.
It's a racket, is what
There's
it
no
is.
point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
Well, I say...
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in?
Cannot believe they lost
A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
Something to do with the army about to invade the city.
Don't believe everything you read in the broadsheets. That so-called army is probably no more than a pack of goblins and bugbears.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in?
But I...
A few days in a jail cell?
He has one job.
At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
That's an excellent idea. We should go straight to the source.
Never thought I'd feel sorry for a flock of kids. There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
Why don't you find a different That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the
It's the sword
checkpoint.
cause careers or nothing.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Oh, you're such a scaredy cat.
Send and to serve, they say. Well, I say poppycock.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
In the last 10
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking
Everything
in?
you read in the
A few days days in a jail cell, at least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Oh, you're such a scaredy cat.
What did the postmaster say? Danzo, isn't it?
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Oh, you're such a scaredy cat.
Instead of complaining to me, why don't you find a different delivery service?
I checked. It's the Sword Course couriers or nothing.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
I'm sure the beggars will turn up.
You're such a scaredy cat.
This is the third time in the last 10 days.
Maybe it has something to do with the army about to invade the city.
Everything you read in
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Isn't it?
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Oh, you're such a scaredy cat.
So do it.
Actually, the pigeons do the delivering. Why don't you take your complaints to them?
Well, that's an excellent idea. We should go straight to the source.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
Is what it is.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
I'm sure that was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Oh, you're such a scaredy cat.
Instead of complaining to me, why don't you find a different delivery service?
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Well, I say poppycock.
You're such a scaredy cat.
They lost my letters.
I'm sure your letters will turn up. Have patience.
This is the third time in the last 10 days.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
He has one job. Deliver my post. So do it.
Actually, the pigeons do the delivering. Why don't you take the complaints to them?
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
I think that's what they call a monopoly.
It's a racket, is what it is.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
Cannot believe
that was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Everything you read in the broadsheets.
You're such a scaredy cat.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
He has one job.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
Go straight to the source.
You're such a scaredy cat.
Sorry for a flock of pigeons.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
To send and to serve, they say. Well, I say poppycock. Cannot believe they lost my letters.
I'm sure your letters will turn up. Have patience.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
Everything you read in the
That was
broadsheets.
before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
Goblins and
What's the worst that can happen if we get caught sneaking in? A few days in a jail cell? At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
Danzo, isn't it?
he offered a bunch of excuses, but I wasn't having it. He has one job. Deliver my post. So do it.
Worm's Crossing. This is it. I'm almost... I would, but you have so many friends already. Well, in that... You're staring at me again. What do you... Watch your back.
Arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
You promised you'd get us inside the city. Said you'd do whatever it takes.
That was before I saw the giant metal monster.
Monopoly.
It's a racket.
The worst
It's
that
what
can
it
happen
is.
if we get caught
Get away with whatever they like.
A few days in a jail cell. At least we'd have a bed.
Only we'll be here any day now.
Stop fretting. The steel
What do you remember? Eye color, hairstyle, accent, anything. Form a circle around the upper city.
They were big.
As soon as the fighting
And
starts,
they were angry.
mark my words. We'll be on our own.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
I packed bags for myself and the kids. Ready by the door. You should do the same.
That was before I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
I know, sweetie. But we'll be safe in the wilds.
A few days in a jail cell. At least we'd have a bed.
Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
It's run or sit on my ass praying. And the gods don't give a damn about us.
Don't have the strength to face another 10 day on the road. We'll start clearing outsiders from Rivington and the refugee camp soon. Mark my
This
words.
whole situation stinks. Guild robbers are usually decent enough folk. They take your gold, but they leave your ribs intact.
Well, this time they weren't feeling polite.
I saw the giant metal monsters guarding the checkpoint.
And for what? You didn't even fight back.
I tried. You all right?
I'm fine. You're the one who took a beating.
Survived the beat. Let that be the end of it. Don't make things worse.
There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint.
Someone there. Our folks works for the guild. They can get away with whatever they like.
What to do? What do you remember? Eye color, hairstyle, accent, anything. I don't care how big they were. I'll give them a piece of my mind.
You work for the guild. Give them a piece of your mind, pieces of your body will be washing up in a great heart towards the city.
Don't have the strength to face another 10 day on the road. There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right papers.
This whole situation stinks. Guild robbers are usually decent enough folk. They take your gold, but they leave your ribs intact. And for what? You didn't even fight back.
Just offers left to eat, let alone buy papers to enter the city. I could pawn my ring. There's no point arguing with the guards. We're not getting past that checkpoint without the right
I'm fine. You're the one who took a beating.
fight. Let it be the end of it.
You want to let those thugs get away with this?
A few days in a jail cell. At least we'd have a bed.
What do you remember? Eye color, hairstyle, accent, anything.
They were big, and they were angry.
I don't care how big they were. I'll give them a piece of my mind.
We're not getting past that check for the guild. Give them a piece of your mind, pieces of your body. Don't let us
Such a scaredy cat.
Yeah, well, this time they weren't feeling polite. Provoking me.
And for what? You didn't even fight back.
I shall be here in thy camp, as thou did.
Which way to the nearest library?
Thou walkest alone on all these harsh. Love is no domain of mine, but it is often, and thus. Fate, dost thou require a new as thou did?
Are you alright?
I'm fine. You're the one who took a beating.
Survived the beast. Let that be the end of it. Don't make me do that.
And you always talk about bread.
Those folks work for the guild. They can get away with whatever they like.
Straight to the source.
Never thought I'd feel sorry for a fox.
The Absolute's army will be here any day now.
Stop fretting. The Steel Watch will put a stop to them.
Why don't you find a different delivery service?
If the sword goes ears on the thing.
Just scare the cat.
We loved Father Logan.
What do you remember?
Darling's dead.
All you want. We've got enough mouths to feed. We don't need your kind.
Stelmane is dead.
Our?
This does not...
Our kind?
That would make a great headline.
And let them marshal all their strength against us.